Honestly, we should probably just get into it. I could easily see this being a 6-hour stream. I'm not even kidding. It's not even really going to be working on the big guys. It's going to be working on all these little pieces I got to put in them. So, honestly, we can probably, yeah, zoom in a little bit for you guys. Move the biggins to the back. So we got a couple things we got to do here. We got to focus on getting the baseline brown on for all the gold we're going to be doing. We did a little bit of extra work on these last night off stream. So we got like some of the wires and stuff lit up. I glued the masks in once I finished them out. Yeah, back vents. Super fun. Let's get a little bit more of this medium down, because we're going to need it for the brown. Make sure these are filled properly. Like I said in my last Discord post while we were showing off where this was at, I do really wish I could go double melee on one of them. No, yeah, I feel like we're going to go 6 hours today. I can turn up the Novod music. Because I want to at least get all the brown flats in today. And then we need to get the Gravecloak Gray flats down too. Gravecloak Gray is mostly for like the tubings. Like the wire tubings and stuff. And like the stuff in the middle here. This like rib hand thing. But what's up, Eric? Yeah, classic midday shenanigans. I want to write a list up for these guys because I still don't know what I want to run, and I'm signed up for a tournament next week with all this. I also had to buy one of the ones. So I was looking around trying to find these. The rumor was the shipping got mixed up, so like the U.S. was getting a lot less of them than we should have. Blah blah blah. Like it was this whole big thing that was pointing towards, hey man, these are going to be rare in the US for a while. So I got these two on pure luck. And that day I got them, I also put in kind of a pre-order at my local, right? Because like worst case scenario, maybe down the road they get some, but they've also forgotten a lot of my pre-orders too. Like I've put special orders in with them for things that have gone in and out of stock through Games Workshop, and they just haven't ordered them. So, like, you know, pogged out right there. That's great. So I wasn't really thinking about it. I got these two, and I was like, I'll call in and cancel soon. And then they called me, and were just like, we got your two in. I was like, God damn it, bro. Just put them on the shelf, man. But then a friend of mine that I was talking to online when I told him that was like, dude, I need one. So I went out there to grab it today. And they'd already sold one of the two that I told them to put on the shelf. I got a feeling at this next tournament I'm going to be fighting like 10 unpainted defilers. I'm going to have the only painted ones. Because I'm a god. / I have no life. Kind of glad with choosing the light blue demon skin. I was debating going proper flesh tones on this, but the light blue just hits so hard. Like the phthalo blue, phthalo green feel. Still kind of love that the Emperor's Children variant for this is kind of like the apology letter to Emperor's Children for not giving us enough vehicles off the rip. It's not the best, but it is insanely good. It's definitely one of the top tier versions of the Defiler. So, apology accepted. Now just get us frickin' a noise weapon Helbert, and we're all in the clear. In theory, I should probably also be doing this to the Noise Marines that I have. But I don't know. I feel like just hyper-focusing on the Defilers is probably the best bet. Because in the lists and concepts I'm thinking of, I don't know if I'm going to be able to fit more than like 2 Defilers, 2 Noise Marine squads. And I already got that together. There's even a world where I might only get 1 Noise Marine squad, honestly. Because I gotta get trade units together. Some Chaos Spawn. Might even lead into some Flawless Blades over the Infractors. Maybe a Lucius to go chill somewhere. want to theory test the list, though, before I use it. It's going to be a little hard. My schedule's getting tight before the next tournament. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get a good game in. What's good is I'm not looking for the colors here to be like flat and conformed. Because if they were, it would kind of lose like the allure of texture. Now granted, if I was trying to make these look straight up cartoony, I would want that, but I want them to be only so cartoony. Sure, I got everything. Hell yeah. Get the flesh tone in after the fact. Because that's the only stuff I really need the flesh tone on, I think. No, I need it on the guns. I need it on the gun housing. Yeah, let's get these baby ones done. These should be easy-ish to tear through. I wish I had more access to, like, different demons. Because I do really wish I had, like, some Seekers. I like the Demonettes. That's fine. But, God, if I had Seekers, just how cheap they are, how fast they are. They're great for screening. They're cheaper than Demonettes. I think that's probably the big thing. That's why everyone tends to prefer to run like 3 squads of those instead of 3 squads of Demonettes. Like I do. 3 squads of Demonettes is like 30 or 40 points more. Which doesn't seem like a big deal, but that just means you can put things in more elite situations on other sides. I'm gonna have to frickin' varnish the chest cannons, I think. I keep trying to put them in, and then every single time, like, I move my hand away, like, the top corners on them get, like, paint removed. Just because of the amount of force I gotta apply to it. So I gotta varnish those before I really go too far. Get them finished up and varnished. This song having a similar cadence to Toss a Coin to Your Witcher throws me off so much. So the convention I'm going to, Too Many Games, finally posted up. The Spawncast is going, and I love it when they do that. Because every time it's just my little... They put my little PFP. My little guy down here in the corner. They're just like, yep, and Kimmerix is going. It's too funny. I'm trying to think where they got it from. I think I sent it to them like that to be like, fuck you. Because they're like, we need a picture of you. And I was like, no, you don't. What? Low internet footprint. I should probably get a shirt printed with my picture of my character on it so I can walk around in it. As I was finishing painting these gun barrels, I ran out of primer. Like, I literally had just enough primer. I think these might also work in Mercurial, too. Mercurial's a bit more like meh. But Table Edge Uppy Downy for a Defiler, I feel like it is pretty good. Just because of their limited mobility, but the problem is with how the tables are set up, you probably don't find a place to come back in turn 2. Or like the follow-up turn. All it takes is like the moment you go up, people just like move into all the table edge areas and you're just screwed. Alright, gun barrel's just about done. Now we gotta get the gun housing together. Alright, now we gotta get kind of serious with these cannons. I like battle cannons, but I also recognize that unless you can increase their AP or turn off cover, they are kind of useless. Unless whoever you're shooting at steps out into the open. At which point they're pretty pog. Should honestly probably let this dry a little bit before we continue with the trim work on it. Just get it a little bit done. Cannons. Cannons filled with bees. Might need a more simplified, smaller brush for this one. What do you mean? What'd they do? That's the one with characters in it, or do they show a different one? I thought that was an IG one. And isn't that just for the Armageddon rules? I gotta look at it. I caught it because someone I was looking at was like, ooh, tank characters. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool, but wasn't really interested in checking it yet. Is this General Space Marine? What's this in? Is this Chaos? Is it Chouse? It's SM, isn't it? They just want to give all the cool stuff to SM. Always. It's SM or nothing. But yeah, the store that got my 2 Defiler order in that I told them I didn't want, they were able to sell in the span of the, I think, 12 hours between when they told me and when I went in to go get the one for Jack. They sold one. Man, that's what Rapid Evisceration should have been. Sag. Because it wouldn't be as crazy, right? Like, dropping Victrix out after a scout is, like, horrifying. Dropping Flawless Blades out is like, alright. I mean, they'll do something, but then they're gonna die. Yeah, they get the flamer variants up there. Brutal. Can't wait to get hit with that. Well, I mean, is it out yet? Or is it like their announcement of a detachment coming? Because I got that tournament next weekend. You know, where I'm going to go in raw with 2 defilers I haven't used in EC yet. Just going to hope I figure it out as I go. Okay, they're probably in the download section then, which means I'm probably going to get hit with that. Did someone make a video about it? Like, did like Auspex Tactics or I guess like Vanguard, did they make a video about it? Cause if they made videos about it, it's going to be at the tournament that I'm going to, 100%. That's how it works. Somebody goes like, this is really good. Next thing you know, like every list you fight in any local tournament is just that list. It's like that one kid that goes to the store and is every time he comes in and puts a list down, he's like, "Yeah, I saw them talk about something like this on this channel, and then they talked about how to play it. So I'm gonna see if I can do it." It's like, all right, man. Ah, my chat. Hard copy pasta. Just look over, see a wall of text. Disembark from transit made normal advanced move phase. Disembark unit can use normal move up to D6 or normal move up to D3. +3. What do the strats look like? Are they like universally good? Like fallback, shoot, charge, reactive moves. I imagine reactive move is in there for soldiers. Because like you do that, you pop out, you kill something. The best thing you've got is a reactive move to hop back into that Land Raider. too many good rules. Advance, disembark, yeah. Oh, dude, advance and disembark in charge is brutal. Even EC get advance and shoot with the rhinos, but not the Land Raiders. You're screwed in the Land Raider if you advance. Let these dry for a second. Let's work on the actual gun housings. I decided to go with the las cannon housings just in general. I was thinking of magnetizing, but the more I was looking at it, the more I was kind of just like, whatever. I think the barrels are more important than anything else. Quick look, quick gander. No, yeah, everything's going to be turn 1 into that army. Which arguably isn't necessarily the best, but because like a lot of people, like, I mean, I've gone first and then got like the cards for it and then decided to put the foot on the gas and then immediately just didn't get anything done, then lost. But I could definitely see into like people who don't have a lot of experience, they'll put all like their best stuff on the front line. And then just immediately lose it all. And then you're basically just screwed. I did that into a Infernal Lance Knights list. I knew they were fast. I was just like, is he going to go or no? Should I actually set up forward? And I just decided, like, screw it. And then I set up forward and, like, lost almost everything from my entire list in turn 1. It was, no bueno. Freaking double Lance Knights. With, what was it? It's like 17-inch movement on 2 big knights. Those bastards went where they wanted. Killed everything. Well, I mean, that's easy enough to screen out of your deployment zone. I mean, it sucks that it's just there. As a Rapid Evisceration player, I also get that potential. A turn 1 Land Raider. It's just, you don't get to move with it. Does it? Okay, so when it comes in, it counts as having normal moved. But that's only in lieu of, like, rules that, like, require it to, like, not move, like, heavy. I don't think you get the extra, like, D3 or, like, any kind of movement bonus. If those have some kind of movement bonus in general. It's not like you get to come in, stay wholly within 9 of the board edge or whatever it is, or 6 of the board edge, and then be like, I'm also going to then move. And a little known fact from transport play is the idea that if you disembark a squad that came in from reserves, they are also limited by the 9-inch. So yeah, you have to drop the shooting, but the eradicators will be out of 9 if the melt is the big thing. I mean, it's still goddamn melta. So like, whatever. No, yeah. It would be like if I turn one, deep struck a Land Raider with 2 Noise Marine squads in it. Next to something that you just happen to have over there. I mean, you're goddamn dead. Every single thing over there gets rerolls 1s to hit and wound. All of it. The Land Raider, the people inside, all of it. For the 1 turn. You just shred something to death. Yeah, and then of course the Space Marines are just far superior. Dude, if that was like the one big thing of 11th, if they came out and they were like, oh yeah, we're reducing the power of Oath of Moment. That's like all I need them to say to me, man. So tired. So tired of full rerolls plus 1 to wound. So tired of watching a frickin' Mutilith Vortex Beast die to like a squad of intercessors. It's like, come on, man. Don't do this to me. It would be good. Thanks for the follow, Zoob. Guessing you came over from the Spawncast Discord. Since I tossed this out there. We painting today. If you want to chill, talk about games or whatever, I'm down for it. Or if you're just swinging in to say hi, that's also fine. I was against the wall. We try. We try, Zoom. I will say, because you occasionally do it, you don't often do it. Please try to limit the criticisms of other YouTubers in our Discord. That's not really the community we want to build. To have like info get out there that's like, oh man, the people in the Spawncast Discord just shit talk other YouTubers all day. It's like, what? I mean, be aware that people might make fun of Gotcha as your vice, but to me, it's just another video game. I mean, I played frickin' Genshin Impact for years there. I mean, I get it. There's a guy in chat right now who's spent metric tons of money on Summoner's War. Spend your money as you need. Good friend of mine on Twitch is massively into Nikkei games. He's part of like one of the top frickin' clans or guilds or whatever that is on that server. Yeah, but consider in reference that if he calls it that and people in our Discord don't know it as that, we're also in a time frame where, like, everyone tries to create sort of like that high school, like, haha, let's make fun of this person kind of language. Like, it's probably one of the saddest cultural things I've been paying attention to, is just people being like, oh, what? If we add like a dumb thing in their name, that'll show them. And it's like, God, you're an adult. Stop it. Some of your interactions will have consequences in the real world. Please stop trying to find funny ways to call someone a name. Like, I'm still in the mindset of if someone does that to me in person, trying to describe why they think a certain way, it's like, point invalid. Like, immediately. I am now clocked out of the conversation. That being said, I will absolutely call Warhammer 40k vehicles by fun names, because that's just good fun. Like the Windicator. But yeah, my one buddy loves Nikkei games. Like, I know he tried to turn a YouTube channel that he had into literally just videos of him pulling stuff from that system. He was messaging me all about it. It's fun. It's good stuff. Yeah, hypervigilance is required because, like, I feel like what a lot of people don't understand is the bigger you are, the more risk you have to lose it all. Right? You're kept under a much tighter microscope at larger scale. Much tighter microscope. Because then you're technically representing the general community on the platform you're on, and the platform you're on could be open to criticisms and even like negative effects. Like, I mean, it's literally the whole Atageddon stuff that happened on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch was getting filled and YouTube was getting filled with just grifters who were constantly trying to get people to be like, oh, go to this other person's channel and tell them to kill themselves. Oh, and it's like, whoa. Why is this happening? And eventually, like, the major advertisers were like, you know, we're out. And it's mostly because the people who were doing that were some of the biggest people on the platform. Which says something about human nature. No, this is my normal tone. I'm not upset with you. I'm just talking about how bigger channels and bigger communities get bigger scrutiny. That's all. I am hyper focusing on the painting, which is causing me to sort of monotone down as I try to get most of this done. I'm upset at life consistently. My lack of 4 defilers. Only 2. / 1 that I made. Lol. Nah. Get some of this lamia that I made. Homemade lamia medium, baby. It's the way to go. Thin this hyper thick paint down. Thick. Gachapon levels of thick. Warhammer 40k. I got a tournament next weekend. We are painting the new models that just dropped. There was a lot of craziness around it. Certain third parties getting shorted models so that they couldn't have them or have as many as they were told early on that they were going to get. Rumor was flying around that the U.S. shipment actually got sent to Canada by accident, and then the Canada one got sent to the U.S., which is why we were getting shorted. This all got reinforced by the second wave of pre-orders not seeming to have happened. But apparently it did for some people. So we're painting some Krabby Boys. It's a unit known as a Defiler. Looks a bit like a monster from Doom. I can show you it in a second. So we're just trying to flat this down because this is going to be gold eventually. It just needs to be base toned brown. I think he just wants to put it all in one spot. I know when we talked to Fringe about some of the background changes on YouTube, it was they separated the streaming algorithm page from the video algorithm page from the shorts. That way you could kind of put them all in one place. But yeah, if you're going to low effort something, it might be best to make your own channel. But I don't know. John's kind of like all about just throwing whatever he wants on the channel to try to get some rapid views. Personally, I do think it's why the growth of the channel kind of slowed as much as it did. Hold off that one as well. These are going to take like 2 waves. I feel like we could rebrand Spawncast Clips. I mean, he does the Click R3 over there. But yeah, this is the vehicle. We're working on the guns we attach to it. But yeah, looks like a Doom monster. Here's some friggin' industrial metal going on while this thing's chasing you down a hallway. But yeah, I luckily got 2 of these, and then eventually the store near me called and was like, we got your other 2 in if you want. Which I was not expecting. So, I didn't get those. I told him to put them on the shelf. I went back and grabbed 1, because a buddy of mine said he needed one. But like I was saying, the speed at which they sell, man. They told me yesterday they had them in. I told them to put them on the shelf near when the store was closing. And then when I got in there, just after opening today, they were already down 1 of the 2. Like, people are on the hunt for these. It probably wasn't getting viewership. So a lot of the stuff we do tends to lean between the value of it overall. Like, if John's doing a show, he's going to want to do a show with someone, so he's not just sitting in front of a camera talking to himself. Not always, at least. He wants to kind of bring other people into it. And I think the Xbox show involved Nate. Nate has, other job stuff he has to do. So his ability to be in a spot to record for long periods of time, not really a thing. Like, he's got life stuff to do. Because you got to remember, these are people, too. Like, I know when we're doing Spawncast and people are like, yo, get this person on. Make this person start coming in. Why'd this person not show up? It's like, dude, it's a Saturday night. And the person you're inquiring about's a college student working a job. Like, do you need us to explain that, like, no one is beholden to you guys? Like, it's not like you're paying them directly. It probably would have been different if the Spawncast Discord or the Spawncast, not Discord, Patreon actually took off. I remember this was a whole talking point, and I know Sean's kind of made fun of the result of it a few times on the show. The original idea was that the Patreon was going to get enough money that we could actually like pay people salary, because we've seen other channels do it, and that was kind of like the big thing. Was like, oh, they did it, that means we should be able to do it. Which, I mean, I was very clear I didn't think would happen unless we were able to really push stuff for people to enjoy. Like, if we were just kind of like doing the same thing, I didn't think it was going to work out. And then here we are. The Patreon spiked when we initially announced the rebrand and then fell way back down. Because no one was keeping up with the content releases. Because that would have been cool. I mean, if the Patreon got to that point where it was like, yo, we have salary levels of money to work with for people, then it's like, all right, yeah, let's do this. But I mean, no one really wants to like give up a major day out of their life for like $100. Like, that just doesn't work out. Well, Fringe started really taking off, and the content he was producing took time. So, like, burnout was huge for him. He was constantly getting into states of burnout that we would talk to him about. He would just be there talking about, like, oh, it's, like, too much going on for him. And he hated it. And it's like, dude, give yourself a day. Like, if you're going to make hour-long content, multi-hour-long content, and then come to the podcast. Half the time he was on the podcast, he was on a walking mat just editing, and he wouldn't really say anything. So it's like, you need time, bro. Do not push it. He had his own other podcast that he does for the Pokemon stuff that actually took off really, like, well. I know they got invited to the Hawaii thing that he went to. Miss Click had a kid. She actually told us about it before she told her community. That was at the convention that we went to where she came over. Life changes and people just have to change with it. Cut out the things that aren't really helping necessarily, and, you know, focus on the things that are. I know she started streaming a little bit more. I know it's mostly WoW content, which is basically dead on Twitch. Like, you have to be from like OTK for WoW streaming to matter. half the people I watch for GTA RP also like to WoW stream, but they talk about how they were doing it live for a while and then they stopped because they were genuinely watching it negatively affect their channels. They were like, yeah, we have to cut that out. Like, they'd get like an 80% drop in viewership. And when you get that kind of a viewership drop, that affects your ability to contact people for sponsorships. Like, they won't be that interested when they see that dip and they're like, what the hell happened here? Yeah, Misclick streams it all the time. She talks to people while doing it. Like, does all the usual, but because it's not like a single player Nintendo Switch game, people just don't seem interested. Which feels a little insulting as a person on Twitch to be like, thanks for coming out and watching my content, blah, 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 blah. I'm glad you enjoy it and want to hang out. And then, like, you do something new and everyone's like, screw you, man. And they just all move on. It's like, whoa. It's when you get that cold realization that they're not actually here for you. It's like, ugh, gross. Gross. What you up today, Zoob? You gonna do one of your food polls again? Do you watch mostly gacha streamers? Check out their unboxing videos. One of the GTA RP streamers from the European time zone that I occasionally catch in the morning is Vader. He's also huge into Pokemon pack openings. So he'll usually be doing a thing where if somebody hits him with 10 gift subs, he'll stop and then open a pack. He's a massive Pokemon head. Dior! Dior in the chat. He's a frequenter of OJ's streams. Occasionally pops in and says hi. Well, gotcha content is usually great algorithmically, right? There's a whole cross section of people that like watching content, and They don't really have a lot of money to spend, but they get that same like dopamine hit when they watch one of their like favorite content creators open like 20, 30 whatevers and getting like the really good stuff, and they get that sort of like vicarious connection to the result of like, yeah, this is awesome. So you get the content of them talking about the game, them going over fun stuff about the game, and then occasionally box openings, which is the equivalent of watching someone crack Pokemon decks. Just straight up. It is pretty hefty on the content treadmill. Covers all the bases. Yeah, and then usually the gacha companies are all about the specialty boxes. I remember that was a big thing for Genshin for a while there. Was like, hey, are you streaming Genshin? Or do you want to watch Genshin? They gave away like a special glider. They gave away a ton of currency that you could do pulls with. Like, I think they gave away 3 10 pulls worth of currency over a couple months. God, I had such good teams in that game. I just couldn't do it anymore. We got to the point where every time I streamed it, whenever there was like new content out, I would always guess the story arc. Because all the story arcs were exactly the same. It was always like, look around, look what's going on. What is the most messed up thing that could have happened here? Oh, everyone was dead and the kid's trapped on the island, playing with the ghosts. Surprise, it's the answer. And then it just got down to the repetitiveness of doing the daily dungeons. I think the thing that really got me was early on when I was playing Genshin, a lot of people were talking about how they were gonna, the company MiHoYo was gonna do things where it was like multiple people in a single dungeon instance, and you needed them, and maybe guilds would become a thing, kind of like the classic gacha games mechanic, where you had like guilds and clans and stuff, and you know, you had your special characters and your gear, and then you'd have to load out to try to run bigger missions with like maybe 8 people. People started talking up that one dragon in the ice mountain as like, that's going to be the first raid, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, alright, I'm down. I'm down for all that. Next thing you know, like 5 years had passed. It's still just the 4-person missions. It's still just like, yeah, level up your guys. And then all the stuff that was coming out for people was like prop hunt. It's like, alright. I think I kind of see where this is all going now. MiHoYo was, you could tell MiHoYo was not exactly ecstatic. I mean, they were happy with the result, but they weren't like super ecstatic about Genshin getting the popularity it did. They, just like Niantic, they spent a lot of the early money they were getting from the game to try to get people to go to their other games. Like, it was all just crossovers and commercials and stuff. Like Honkai Impact. I never saw a commercial for Honkai Impact until Genshin got big. And it was the same thing with Niantic. I hadn't seen that tower game that they made involving GPS. I never saw it outside of just general conversation. Let that dry a little bit. I mean, everyone gets lucky. Every game gets lucky. Zoom, all of them. They can get absolutely unlucky, but you weave a game into the perfect moment of time. There is so much luck behind that. Because again, we're at that point in gaming where it takes so long to make one that by the time it comes out, are you gonna know if people want like a zombie mode? Right? Like when a game drops like Valheim and everyone's like, yo, Valheim, we're in. They wanted in because it had been a while. It had been long enough for a survival, like Minecraft-like game of that scale. So people were finally in that moment like, yo, new one, let's go. I think global, like, the global moment it dropped too was like really good for people trying to seek interactive games like that where they could have communities and stuff play. So it sort of all just worked out in their favor. But it's not like they knew it was there and then immediately just made the game. Like, they had to get super lucky with the timing. There's a content creator that I watch for like random stuff, but he's mostly known as a Counter-Strike Twitch streamer. Sort of. He's Counter-Strike, but he's also like from that weird community of cryptocurrency people. He's a little bit more realistic about it though. And he loves doing he loves dealing with like trades and stuff for skins in Counter-Strike. Like that's kind of his whole jam. And I remember out of nowhere he was playing Honkai Impact. Like just Genshin had been out for a while. It was obvious it was doing well. All of a sudden he's like, yeah, I got a sponsor this week, Honkai Impact. I was like, what the hell? So he just took it and did it. While falling. Yeah, and a lot of people enjoy them. They build pretty large-scale communities around them. I just think it's funny on the Spawncast how the conversation is just straight up like, everyone's getting tired of games as a service. It's like, no, they're not. No one's getting tired of it. everyone just kind of expects more from it. If you're coming to market with one game mode and a couple maps, enjoy not existing on anyone's frickin' map at all. Can we not use the word controversy? Because it's not like really a controversy. It's just someone wrote dumb stuff. Weirdly, okay. Weirdly, I prefer this, right? I prefer this in like writing reviews and things, right? Because I prefer kind of following the reviewer. I prefer seeing kind of who they are as a reviewer, because I feel like most reviews that go out now for like games and movies, it's less about like how do you actually feel when playing it and more about like what do you think the public's gonna feel when they play it. You need to be able to reflect that and make it embellished so it justifies their feelings for the game to make them happier. Because here's the thing, there's probably other people out there who played Mouse PI who feel the same way that this content creator, this reviewer wrote. And if that's the case, they've found a reviewer they can follow and be like, oh, they have the similar tastes in me that to me in these games. So like I'll just follow them and keep track of what they, because like I have very specific tastes in video games, and if I'm going to review a game, I'm going to put those tastes into the review. Anyone who thinks reviews are unbiased, no, not at all. Bias goes into everything. Even if you don't think it does, it does. So you got this individual who's like, here's my review. It's kind of the same as when IGN did the review for Infamous and Prototype. It's always the best example in my head of like how people should understand reviews and what you're looking at. Because Infamous, the guy who reviewed Infamous was like, I love superheroes. Superheroes are my favorite thing of all time. I have so many different comics. I follow so many different writers. Like if you went into my apartment and looked at my wall, it was like 99% comic books, just in bins and bins and bins. I have thousands of them. Blah 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 blah. I love superheroes. 10 out of 10 game, right? The guy that reviewed Infamous went, I don't understand superheroes. I think the writing for superheroes is stupid. I don't understand people's interest in like comics. It's just not interesting to me. 5 out of 10 game. Like I see that and I factor it down. I'm like, all right, well, Infamous is probably like a 7 or 8 out of 10 if it's in the hands of someone who is not entirely focused on the hype. And then Prototype's probably like a 7 out of 10 game if it's in the hands of someone who actually wants to play it. No, that never assume giving reviews out to the, So if you're doing reviews to the people who the game is going to appeal to, then every game you write a review for is an 8 out of 10 minimum. Because even if the game itself kind of sucks, like to the general public, I guarantee you there's someone who's going to play it who's going to be like, this is the greatest thing of all time. That just happens. There are just people who find the game that they personally love more than any other game in that situation. And if that's the case, that's the person who the game actually appeals to. At which point, the games they review will always be preset to an 8 out of 10 minimum. They're not allowed to go lower. I am so drivenly uninterested in single-player games that if I were to look at most of them through my own lens, I don't put them above like a 7 for myself. Like, even Concord had fans, is the way I'll put it. Concord had fans. It did. It's not an arguable statement. There's at least like one person in the world who was like, yo, Concord's my jam. At which point Concord is like an 8 out of 10 if it's for them. But doesn't that just make reviews boring? I feel like that just makes reviews boring. Just to be like, hey, if you were into this game, it would be an 8 out of 10. It's like, that's almost like a redundancy statement. Guess what? If you like this game, you'll like this game. It's like, what? No, the way people view reviews is this review the way I would say it? That's it. That's all it ever boils down to. Is this the review that I would give the game? Does this person match my hype? Or is this game that I think is stupid? Does this guy enjoy it? At which point I'll consider them an idiot. That's how it always works. I looked to back in the day, I did a review for Monster Hunters on the Switch one. It was the first one that came out, the remake of the 3DS one, or rather the port of the 3DS one, I guess. I did a review of that where I brought up like, this is the new hardware. Honestly, like, if this is you hopping in and being like, oh, I can't wait to play this Monster Hunter on this updated hardware, I'm gonna feel how awesome it is. But it's still like all the same thing. Small maps with load times between the zones. Bad multiplayer setup where like you can leave people behind in the town by accident if they like accidentally move. Blah blah blah. Like it. All this stuff where it's like, man, they really should have fixed that before dropping it on the Switch. The likes to dislikes were split down the middle. Hundreds of thousands of people being like, fuck this guy, or yeah, this guy's right. People in the comments going, the likes and dislikes have spoken, delete this video, and other people being like, this guy's right and you guys just don't understand it. There's people who enjoyed mine. Like, you're bringing up Gollum, which is a shit game. Guarantee you there's one person who really liked it. Mind's Eye, same thing. There's always people that like it. Metascore is not about the quality of the game. It's about the size of the audience it hits. That's it. That's all it is. It's about the ease of access as well that those people can experience in it. It's not about any of the technicality. It's not about what the game brings to the gaming community as a whole. It's none of that. It's none of that. It's how easy can someone get into this game and beat it? Are the dopamine hits in between actions like spaced evenly? And like, is that it? Is it casual? Like, In my brain, every time someone tells me a Metacritic score, if it's like, it's a Metacritic score of 85, the only thing I can think of is just like, wow, it's a really casual game. And usually it is. The only ones that get around this, the games that kind of go against this are the FromSoft games that do get good scores, but usually on less reviews from people who tend to be specifically fans of that style of game. But beyond that, it's like if it's a new game, if it's like hard and people don't enjoy that, they're just like, no. Hard can be either that the game mechanics are difficult or that it's jank as hell and very difficult to play. Let's get this one done. So, like, reviews are kind of like bullshit. It's usually a good idea to find someone who will review something through their own lens to at least get like a little piece of whether or not you're going to like it based on the way they view it. Because if you find someone, if you personally really like gacha games, are you going to take someone's review of a gacha game who doesn't play gacha games and doesn't enjoy gacha games, like, higher than a person who does? Let alone within gacha, if they're like, I prefer these gacha games in particular, and those are your favorite gacha games, follow that person. Keep an eye on that person. That person will maybe look around at new ones coming up and be like, ooh, this one looks like it could scratch the itch, and like, yeah, check it out, look into it. That's probably the closest you'll get to like a decent ecosystem of chasing things you enjoy. It's kind of the way to do it. None of this pussyfooting around being like, graphics are okay, story is okay, 8 out of 10. It's like, alright. That didn't really help. That's the other thing. I hate scores in general. The TLDR community is too strong on that end. But I mean, you're trying to get money as the company, so you got to kind of lean into it. So it's just a case of community ruins concept. Game reviews could be so useful if the game company or the game review companies weren't beholden to like online traffic and clicks. It's kind of like the report that came out about like, or at least what you can see on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it, where it feels like there's a lot of bots on Twitter right now who post just absolutely heinous things. And they're all blue check marked, and the reason they do it is just because that's what gets the clicks and the engagement. So they'll say something completely heinous or off base, or something that is clearly a lie, because then there's going to be a million replies below it being like, nah, that's wrong, that's not how that works, blah, 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 blah. And that just, it gives them engagement, which gives them money. So when you build your economy around that, and people break the system to something stupid like that, it just makes things worse. Classic case of human beings ruining the very tools that could benefit them. Like, I wrote my review for people who would have felt the same way. Not for people who are going to buy the game and enjoy it just offbeat, regardless of what anyone else says. Alright, most chest cannons are base golded. We got to finish these up now with the minor details. I think we'll do the tubes here. There should be 2 tubes each. Honestly, modern review culture is why I tend not to look at reviews, and instead I do the standard gameplay check, where you kind of like watch something, read into like what their plan is to try to make it stand out. Give it like a day after it releases to then check other people playing it to make sure that's going to be the case. It's the only way I know to do it anymore. Alright, Zoob. all the white spots that are still there. Yeah, when I went into the store, though, to pick up Jack's defiler, the guy there was like, yeah, someone ordered them and wasn't able to pick them up, so you got lucky with it. And I was like, that was me, sir. I'm that guy. This one's going to be annoying to paint because I got to do the fleshes on it as well. Just going to just be obnoxious. We gotta do these little brown spikes that are gonna be gold eventually. Make sure I got all the spikes on all of them. Wait, Rand, do you have a Land Raider? You're just gonna steal Max's? I love that multi-Land Raider lists are doing really well right now. And then they drop a detachment that's like, yo dog, you already got those Land Raiders? Let me show you something. Just out of nowhere. They gotta be theory testing something for 11th. Like, that always tends to be what happens with these, like, last-minute detachments. It's always because, like, they have a plan for something in 11th where they're just like, is this going to be a good idea? Let's do a real quick test and see what that actually looks like. can't wait for the Orc rules to be like kind of okay, but sort of mid, and then Space Marine rules to still be godlike. That one guy who always wins frickin' grand tournaments with his Space Marines running like one Astraeus. This is Limp Bizkit, isn't it? It is. Space Marine Land Raider is the only one that gets built in advance and disembark and charge. They remove it from the Chaos Space Marines for even normal move. We only want Chaos to do it with guns, nothing else. At the very least, I'm not going to have to get used to really good rules for Thousand Suns from the index that make sense and work together, and then immediately like get handed a pile of like steaming garbage that they nerf. At least I won't be there. Like, I was really starting to get used to the regular index rules when the codex dropped, and then the codex was like, yo, look at all this cool stuff. And I was like, yeah. And then they were like, we got rid of it. It's like, oh. Oh. Let's sell some Land Raiders. Friggin' day 1 of 11th, Land Raiders legended. For every faction. They don't even immediately give Chaos a new form of transport for their Terminators. You just have to walk Terminators across the field. Or hope for a really good deep strike. Yeah, brand new one with smaller profile, closer to the Horus Heresy one. I'm already there, baby. That's when I grab my second one. Dude, I can't wait for them to say that the Horse Heresy Land Raider is no longer usable in 40k. And I'm just like, cool. I honestly don't think I get a Land Raider for EC anytime soon, unless the strategies and stuff for EC actually expand to matter with it. Because right now it does kind of feel like a trap in EC. It's very expensive. I do think it works in Rapid Evisceration because of the rerolls. That they had to actually... That's a buff. The game didn't start that way. Or the codex didn't drop that way. They were... Literally, the codex came out and was just like, if something hops out of a transport, that unit gets the rerolls, and that's it. It was so garbage. we can kind of work on the skin toning, or we can start working on the extra piping. I think we'll do a little bit of the skin toning. This is. This guy out here on Twitch with a name Testicle? God damn. We out here with the angry crab. Trying to get 2 of them painted up so I can run a list with 2 of them in it at a tournament next week. They don't need to be painted, but for my own sanity, they will be painted. I mean, I still haven't seen that tournament go up for the too many games thing, even though you said you probably can't do it since it's in like a weird time. Still weird that I haven't seen it get put up. We got announced as going to the convention. I still just haven't seen info about it going live. I'm trying to catch it because the last time I caught it, it was like months in advance when I got the info. And they were already fully signed up. So I don't know if they're doing it this year. Or if maybe they're just holding off on putting the sign-ups up. What's everyone up to in chat, though? You guys chilling? I don't normally stream earlier in the day now. Normally I'd be going live shortly after right now, but we got so much work to do on these. Baseline. I feel like the skin tone is probably going to be the worst part in all of this. I have to stipple most of it. So much. So much effort. One of four. again, this is just the flats. This isn't even the phthalo green that I use for the skin, which we're going to have to do immediately after. Four. Part of me wishes I had enough, like, noise marine gun parts kind of left over. I did burn a lot of them to, like, modify some raptors and stuff for the kill team. Because honestly, it would have been so much better to make this thing look like it had two giant noise cannons coming out of the front of it. Just covered it in noise marine parts. That way I could kind of declare it as whatever the hell I wanted. While maintaining like a good theming for Emperor's Children. Three of four. Holding breath too often. For basing. Get some homemade lamia medium. That should be more than enough. Rust Gray into Phthalo Green. Demon Flesh. Make sure to get some more medium on it. Just out here Bob Rossing it with a happy little flesh tone. Happy little demon skin. to get up and stretch soon. This last thing of flesh tone done. I'm gonna go check what I'm cooking. Got some chicken drumsticks in the slow cooker. Then we should probably get the Gravekeeper gray out and start doing the pipes flats. Because I think that might be the last of the flats in general. Then we can start kicking into it doing the NMM gold renders, which will be huge. BRB. All right, let's take a food break. Let's check out some stuff, actually. 'Cause I was told there's a new detachment. Yeah. Armored Spear Tip and Headhunter Task Force. This is, I think, is this the one? Each time an adept starts unit from your army disembarks from a transfer. Let me zoom in. What am I doing? A normal advance move. That disembark unit can make a normal move of up to D6 or a normal move up to D3 plus 3 instead if the transport is a heavy transport. Which heavy transports are wound characteristic 14. So yeah, Land Raiders. That makes the threat of a normal moving Land Raider 12 plus 4 minimum. Let's do max range. I mean, then technically it's 6. Well, no. Because it's normal move, disembark, which is 3 inches, and then an extra 4. So technically 7 inches is bare minimum. 9 inches is maximum. This is literally the detachment I think Max would want to play. He's all about trying to get people into other places, and this is it. If you control an objective marker into a command phase, and the Bears unit is within range of objective marker remains under your control. So sticky with caveats. Transport has Scout 9. This is what gives the scouting Land Raider. Scout 9 is insane. If it was Scout 6, I'd be like, sure, but holy crap. And this does let you multi-unit inside the Land Raider. Because this just gives it the Scout 9. So you could literally have the leader, a squad maybe if you want, and then some gunners or something. Like, you can just crank that Land Raider to full. Get yourself some Scout 9. Bears unit selected to shoot if it disembarked from transport. Ranged weapons equipped have sustained 1. That's not bad. Terminator, it's kind of meh on that. Gravis, though, there's some good Gravis units. Select a transport, strategic reserve. This is the one where you come in a turn early, right? Yeah. I'm still not sure if the unit that has this has to be on the field. This was something I was looking into with the rapid evisceration, and no one had a clear understanding of it. Because normally it's abilities, if the ability says you need to be on the field, then there you go. But supposedly you can use abilities from off field if they don't require you to be, if they don't say like on battlefield or something. But it was like a GT ruling that you couldn't use abilities with units that weren't on the field. But then a lot of people were saying the GT ruling was bad. It's just one of those things. no viewership. No viewers. It's alright. It's dinner time. Hungry. So hungry. So yeah, this is quick as hell. The movement is nice. The reason Rapid Evisceration is at least remotely interesting, even though it's garbage in EC, is the rerolls. But, I mean, this is Space Marines. You can just pick a target and get them. What do they got? Heavy transports. This is Land Raider specific. You can make a normal fallback move before you roll for its deadly demise ability. Before any embarked units for emergencies. When moving, your unit can move through enemy models. It can move. So this delays the deadly demise. Oh, and then it just passes Desperate Escape? Oh yeah, when it's destroyed. Ah, dude, you get to just like fling a unit 12 inches. So the vehicle's dying. You then fall back through the enemy 12 inches and drop your unit out. Dude, that's crazy. The level of putting your units into safety with this list, holy crap. Nom nom. It's just so good. So easy, too. Armor of Contempt. Classic. Rapid Embarkation. If is not within engagement range of armor units. This is end of fight phase. This is the 6-inch re-embark. Rapid Evis has a version of it, but I have to get a kill before that happens. And then, of course, just reactive moves from other armies do it. But this is massive. This is huge. The only thing that resists it is if your opponent, like if you down spike into your opponent when you're in combat. Or, I mean, this is actually huge for gunners, like in all reality. Move Land Raider up, hop out big unit of shooters, put them back in at the end of turn. Which was that, didn't the one spearheady detachment do that? The one that was kind of meant for salamanders? I thought that was built in for that detachment as well. I can't remember. Purgation Doctrine. Start his unit to the end of the phase. Each time a model in that unit. This is shooting. Add 1 to the hit roll. Oh, you guys are assholes. If you disembark from a Land Raider, add 1 to the... Oh my god. This is as good as frickin' having 2 Oaths of the Moment, and you don't need it in the method you could normally get it. This is straight up... You could technically, in a turn, if you've got the whole Gulliman complex going on with Calgar and everything, you could Oath 2 targets, hop out, kill 1, then another squad kills the other, and then a third squad that hopped out of a heavy transport, just 1 command points, plus 1 hit, plus 1 wound. That is so much damage potential. Holy shit. And that's if you need to go that route. This 1 command point makes it so you technically don't even need that. You can just focus on completely other things and at least still get the benefit of, like, the Gully Calgar combo or however that works for the double. That's crazy. Regular transport, disembark transport after advanced. Made normal. This is what the Emperor's Children rhinos have built in. Yeah. This is just the ability that all Emperor's Children transports have. Ceramite Sledgehammer. To the end of the phase. Each time your unit makes a normal advance move, it can move horizontally through terrain features. This is regular this is just transport in general. If it's a heavy... You can move through enemy models, move within engagement range of enemy models, but cannot. And this is normal or advanced, so you can't fall back through enemy models using this. Engagement range of such models, but cannot end. Any desperate escape test is passed. That's weird. Why would a desperate escape be involved? I mean, I guess if you're moving through, yeah. If someone tries to body block you in. Yeah, this is the new Space Marine detachment, J. Peacock. This is what Rapid Evisceration for Emperor's Children should have been. Just all speed, all day long. Some of the similar abilities, like this we have in Rapid Evisceration. Being able to give a friggin' Land Raider Scout 9. The ability to get +1 hit, +1 wound when hopping out of a vehicle. +1 hit normal, +1 wound if it's a Land Raider you hopped out of. The 6-inch get back in a vehicle at the end of the fight phase regardless. Which, in Rapid Evisceration, the biggest problem is you kind of want to use Noise Marines. But Noise Marines don't get the kill in the fight phase, which is, I think... Let me double check. I think that's when the command point ploy to get back in the vehicle is locked to. Rapid Evisceration. Strats. I think it's Ceaseless? No. On to the next. End of fight phase. Emperor's Children unit from your army that destroyed an enemy unit this phase. Yeah, you have to kill in melee in Rapid Evis to achieve this. For the Space Marines, you just get it. If it's the end of the fight phase and you're within 6, get back in. It has to be a Land Raider, though. Which, I mean, it's fine. This is nuts. Headhunter Task Force, I think this was the one where you get characters, right? Tank ace unit from your army advances. Do not make an advance roll. Instead, the end of the phase, add 6 to the move. So this is just guaranteed 6 advances. Each time a tank ace unit from your army shoots... Whoop. Depth of Stardust unit from your army that has not been selected to shoot. Time a model in your army adds... Yeah, so it's add 1 to hit perma. So, like, if you just have someone that's, like, straight up hitting on 3s and you're like, I want to hit on 2s here. Or your enemy reduces your hit. Or could reduce your hit, rather. There you go. And then if it comes out of a... So, in a turn, you move up with all the craziness, by the way. There's a lot of craziness here. So... Rapid deployment. So you move up a Land Raider, right? This is talked about on like a million different channels at this point. But you have a Land Raider, and in it, there's a guy with this. So turn 1, the Land Raider scouts 9. When you go, you move at 12. You then disembark the squad of gunners out of it. Those squad of gunners get to go 3 inches away from the transport, and then an additional D3 plus 3 if they wish, with a normal move. Past that point, and then so long as they are within 6 inches, which can embarking and disembarking, can you disembark during a move with transports? I don't think you can, right? Like you can't like move 3, disembark, and then continue. That's not how that works. Right? Disembark. It's either when the transport is just before it's moved or after it's moved. It can't be like during. When you use a transport model, set it up wholly. Units disembark from a transport model that either remains stationary this phase or has made a normal move. Yeah, you can't like do it during. But yeah, so you get an ideal situation. In an ideal situation, you get 21 inches of movement with a Land Raider. And this could be from one leader in that tank, not even the leader of the squad. You could then have a gunner squad with a leader in that tank with this. So when they hop out, they get reroll hits and wounds. And a damage. Reroll 1 hit, 1 wound, 1 damage. Oh wait, no, this is model only. Never mind, don't worry about that. That's dumb. Oh, are we on Headhunter? Yeah, we're on Headhunter. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, then the gunner hops out with this, so they have sustain 1. So they can move, and then you can technically move them up to 6 inches away from the front. So you get your 3, and then if it's a Land Raider, you get a guaranteed extra 3. So you have a guaranteed 6-inch distance from the vehicle you can place your squad to see someone. You then open fire if you have a command point. Maybe you get like a free one or something. You can then do it on this. So you get the +1 hit, +1 wound. And then at the end of your turn, the end of your fight phase, 1 more command point, put them right back in that Land Raider. Dude, this is insane. This is like Sub-Assault, but without all the hole making. But Tank Ace, this is the one where you can give tanks character keyword, which is what lets you do this. You can actually give vehicles enhancements. Like Assault, Sustain 1, 5-up invuln, and then regain 1 lost wound every command phase. Or your command phase. Once per phase, you can reroll hit 1. So this is kind of like... This is what the Thousand Sun armor detachment rule is as an enhancement. Orcs. Because it's 11, they wanted to give you Space Marine and Orcs. So we can take a look at the Orcs one in a minute. Each time take tank ace unit from your army. So you get characters, you get the upgrades. Armor of Contempt, both new detachments have it. Target weak point. Monster vehicle, improve armor pen by 1. That's nice. Oh, and there's a restriction. You can't do both of these at the same time, which in the future is, I think, you only get like 1 per phase or something anyway. Per unit. So then phase each time a model on your unit makes an attack, the target's a monster vehicle. Oh, Jack, I have your Defiler. I posted it in the Discord. If the target unit is below starting strength, you can re-roll the wound roll instead. This is decent. It's okay. It's kind of like underwhelming comparatively. Unit is eligible to shoot and turn when it fell back. That's fine. Adeptus Astartes, which means vehicles and people. That's not bad. Fallback shoot. Yeah. This weekend's a bust, and then I got the tournament next weekend. Excluding a unit that contains 1 or more models. Wait, what? So this is a reactive move. 1 tank ace unit from your army. Excluding units that contain 1 or more models with a wounds characteristic of 16+. Is this for... This is for, like... This isn't a Land Raider, right? Land Raiders... What? No, Land Raiders are 18. So, yeah, I think it would be a... Right? Land Raiders are 18? How much health does a Land Raider have? 16. Okay, yeah. So, Land Raiders cannot reactive move D6. Lol. 1 tank ace from your army, excluding units containing 1 or more wounds characteristic was selected as target of 1 attack. You can shoot as if it was your... So you can't shoot back with a Land Raider. They don't want you to use Land Raiders in this. They want you to use Land Raiders in this. That's funny. That's funny. So orcs have these. This is the new character. I think, right? Or no, Wardaka Gutsmack. Yeah, there he is. Grabba Draga. 14. Toughness 8. Not bad. 3 and a 4. Turning into basically a high-end Demon Prince. Here we go. Wounds 10. Yeah. OC3. Let's go. Deadly Demise D3 and Deep Strike. On a bike, he can Deep Strike. And he is a lone op. Holy crap. This is a must-take right here. At the start of your command phase, this model regains up to D3 lost wounds. Holy crap, dude. In your command phase, select one ability. So, oh, does he have... Oh, he's basically a... Yeah, he's basically a freaking Primarch. How expensive is he? I know I have Munitorium. Let me see if they snuck in any weird things while we scroll through. Every now and then when the Munitorium updates, it's not always just new models. Sometimes they're like, oh, also 5 points off on this. It's not looking like it. Even IG doesn't have any changes. Yeah, so they just added stuff. Who's this? Wazdaka. $175 points. That's a must-take. Holy crap. Mechanics, just getting around, doing whatever the hell you want. Being durable, hard to hit. He's got a precision ranged weapon with assault, so you can advance and shoot. Fantastic. Only one attack, but on a 2-up. This is not an orc number right here, boys. This is a Space Marine number. Strength 10, 2, 3. It's okay. Psycho Gatler, sustain 1, 12. A little bit more of an orky number. 622. Not bad already. 12 attacks, dude. Hitting on 4 is going down to 6, but then sustain 1 should pick up like 1 or 2, so 7 or 8. At strength 6, AP 2 damage too. Not bad. With assault. So enjoy that 14-inch move. The Fix-It's Wrench for extra attacks. A single attack, 4-3-0-1. You don't even roll this. 4 time you don't even roll this. Grab a drag of the Lance. Ooh. Strength 10 with Lance. 2, 3, 6 attacks hitting on 2s. So you get 2 extra attacks, though. The Bulk Flaming Exhaust. This is the one you actually roll. 6 attacks on 2s. 5-1-1. That's nice. This unit is eligible to declare a charge in a turn in which it advanced or fell back. Gross. In your command phase, if this unit is not within engagement range of 1 or more enemies, you can... It has uppies! Dude, you take this every day. Holy crap, you take this. He's so good. Each time this unit advances, do not make an advance roll for it. Instead, you just get the 6. And he can go through models and terrain features. Okay. He too good, boys. What was the detachment? The Speedwog and the Blitz Brigade. This is all War for Armageddon stuff. Come on. Come on, you stupid PDF. Alright, so we got Ario Speedwagon. Some Speed Freaks or truck unit. From your army advances, it can use turbo. If it does, do not make an advance roll. Instead, till the end of the phase, models in that unit have a move characteristic of 24, but can only move in one straight line, and until the end of the turn, ranged weapons by those models have assault. What are we even doing here? Holy crap. Because what benefits does the WOG give you? It's mostly melee benefits, right? So, like, this won't really tie into that well, or does it get, like, really good benefits for shooting? Oh, it says it cannot declare a charge. Oh, does this supersede? Because WOG was always advance and charge was the baseline. But if this says you cannot declare it, then I guess that's okay. Because that would be insane. Each time this bearer uses its turbo, it can move horizontally through terrain features. That's a war trike. Each time this bearer uses this Mechaniac ability till the start of your next command phase, ranged weapons equipped by the selected... Oh, rapid fire 1, baby! Model only. Charge attack characteristics. Bearers kilojet burn weapons to 3d6 and change the attack characteristic kilojet. Cut it to 3. So another fun war trike concept. Prove ballistic skill of big mechs by 1. That's not bad. So they get advance and charge, but they're told not to charge. They get a 5-up invuln. +1 strength and attack, I'm guessing, in melee. So you don't combine WOG and this. You either do this and then go into a WOG after with whatever you have left. Okay. 1 orcs unit from your army that has not been selected to move. Until the end of the turn, you are eligible to shoot and declare a charge in a turn where it fell back or advanced unless it used turbo. They're very strict. They want turbo to not involve you just stomping someone to death. Speed Freaks Truck. Select one enemy unit hit by one of those attacks until the end of the phase. Each time a model and Speed Freaks or Truck unit from your army makes an attack, targets improve strength by 2? That's not bad. There's got to be a combo here. Because it's Speed Freaks or Truck, and Truck is an open back that can use the guns inside. So you could, like, fill it with, you fill it with, like, those Gunna boys or whatever they have. The Ludas. And then you can increase strength by 2 or something. I don't know. It'd be kind of cool. Orcs unit from your army that has not been selected to shoot until the end of phase range. You just give one of your squads anti-monster 4, anti-vehicle 4. Just any unit. This is going to have a huge combo potential. Fill a truck with something similar or akin to Ludas and then just do this. Speed Freaks Truck to the end of the phase. Melee weapons equipped by models in your unit have lance. Remember that has not been selected to fight. The truck gets lance, but the squad inside doesn't. Oh, and you get to add 1 to the damage. That's not bad. Your opponent's shooting phase just after an enemy unit has selected its targets. 1 orc unit from your army that was selected as the target of 1 or more attacking units attacks. Till the end of the phase, your unit has the benefit of cover. Okay. Battle. Oh, this is uppy. This is an anywhere uppy. Okay. Well, anywhere outside of engagement. What's this one? This is probably more... Is this more about the new character? Show an orc unit from your army. No, this is just disembark. Until the end of the turn. I think this is more the new character. Some of the orcs unit from your army disembarks from transport until the end of the turn. You can reroll advance and charge rolls made from the orcs unit. So this is stage and go. Charge roll from the bear. Because you would stage, WOG, go. Getting a reroll advance and charge is great for the WOG. Characteristic models. Each time you make a charge roll for the bear's unit and that unit disembarks, add 1. That's not bad. From your army and redeploy them. When doing so, you can set those units up in strategic. So this is just redeploys. No, yeah, the 24 is to go over top, which in Pythagorean is still really good. I mean, it's the same, I think, as a... That's the same as an aircraft in general. It says you can't go over the top if you fly. Instead, models in the unit have the move characteristic of 24, but can only move in one straight... Oh, yeah, one straight line. Okay. Because technically it's not a straight line. It's a broken line. I mean, 24 still gets you going around stuff. It's probably really hard to control. Let me try to go to Waha, pull up one of the cards. Yeah, we went through the SM ones. You could clearly see that it was just way more thought into it than the Ace one. The Ace one's okay, but like, holy crap. So. The problem with the WOG one is you really need to pay attention to where your opponent's standing, because the way you stage with it is literally, I'm going to put this squad here, which means you have so many firing lanes coming into it. Because like this, you want to be here, you want to be here, or you want to be here. And then you're just sitting in a firing lane. I guess the best spots for it would be like here-ish. That way you can diagonal at 24. Maybe about here for the diagonal at 24. And then this isn't so bad because you would sit here and then just go straight through at 24. So it's not the worst. But finding the right moment. I think the main part of it is if you lean a lot into shooty, because of all the other benefits you can get, like the anti-vehicle monster 4 and the extra strength and stuff, it's a great way for you to be like here, and then this is your threat bubble. Like right here. So like if someone's going to hide here and you're just like, flash gets, blah, just dead. It has command point stuff for charging. So like the timing is weird. I do think it's like you have to set up a bunch of stuff in spots where you're going to have a go turn for turbo where you're like everyone turbos, blah, 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 and then you try to pick up as much as humanly possible. And then you see what survives in vehicles and then you WOG the next turn. Every single thing they have terminology does specifically point to you cannot charge after turboing. I'm just trying to think. You have like a turbo turn, then you have a WOG turn. And that's like the best way to do it. Because the key tricks in it... Is this it? Yeah, being able to do this, because it's one Orcs unit, so you get one of your open top vehicles filled with like really good guns. Boom. Anti-monster, anti-vehicle 4. Same thing here. You just improve all the gun strengths by 2. Like, it's pretty good. But this one giving Lance and all this to Speed Freaks, I think that's... Maybe you have a bunch of trucks that go turn 1 with turbo, and then your Speed Freaks go turn 1 into positions that they're not about to do stuff in, and then you WOG in the follow-up. All you get from the WOG is the 5-up invuln. Which, I mean, that's probably not saving enough of you. I mean, you can do it. You can call it and be like, let me turbo and WOG at the same time for that 5-up invuln. What's this one, though? So this is the one where you stage transports and then you just have decent rerolls out of transports. This is less about having a boost turn and more a stage turn into a WOG turn with full advance and charge rerolls. Which is pretty good. Battle Wagon, Kill Rig, or Hunter Rig. Until the end of the turn, each time a unit disembarks from your unit after you make a normal disembark unit still eligible to... Ooh. Assault Ramp. Orcs infantry unit, wholly within 6 inches of transport. It can embark within it. End of the fight phase, so they get the same real good benefit of I did some cool stuff and now I'm hopping back in my vehicle. Till the end of the phase, each time your unit makes attack target monster vehicle, add 1 to the hit, 1 to the wound. That's not bad. Picking a vehicle with enough people in it. Till the end of the phase, each time an attack targets a unit, if the strength characteristic of the attack is greater than toughness characteristic. This is the Terminator rule. That's pretty good. But specifically for vehicles. Till the end of the turn, your unit and each of the selected... Select up to 2 other friendly orc vehicles or orc monster units within 6 of your unit. Until the end of the turn, your unit and each unit... So this is just a cluster of advance rerolls. It's not bad. 1 battle wagon, 1 orc infantry unit embarked with your models. You can disembark surge move. Oh, surge moves. Opponent shooting phase just after getting shot. 1 battle wagon, Hunter Rig model that was hit. So if you get shot in the vehicle... The squad hops out and then surges. It's okay. It's pretty good. And then that tactical, I don't think... Yeah, tactical's old. Dude, Wazdaka Gutsmack is cool. 175 points. 14-inch move. Primarch style personal abilities that are actually really good. Uppy, downy, lone op. Decently durable, capable of healing himself. For 175 points, like, he's probably one of the best mechanics / skirmisher units you could probably get for that value. He's pretty good. Steel Hammer, Armored Infantry. Are these new or are these old new? Because I kind of want to get back to painting. It's 6 o'clock. Let's get back to painting. Let's do the pipes. Jack out here considering orcs. Where's my necromancer's cloak? Could have swore I had it out. Oh, there it is. I know Jay played Speed Freaks. He loved the hell out of that back in the day. could you imagine Jack at a tournament screaming WOG? The meme ritual that it is. Do it! You print them up business cards that say, "Excuse me, sir, I would like to invite you cordially to a WOG." You gotta build them up for it, though, Jack. You'll be like, alright, I think it's time. I think. This is where it all comes together. I'm gonna need the buffs. It's time to scrap. And I'm gonna hit you with a WOG. Just blue balls them with the WOG. Maybe don't even say it. Just be like, and then I'm gonna use my army ability. Just leave it there. Dude, if Max isn't using both a Lord of Skulls and a Defiler and then like 1 HQ for a 2v1. mildly disappointed. One cable. Thankfully, there's not a ton of that out here. It's all just on these weapon racks, and then we got to figure out where on the main bodies those are going to be. Which is probably going to be the hardest part. This guy's got to go buy groceries. I already did that earlier. medium down. Try to get this brown fix in here. Little hand nonsense here. and grays. Okay. Probably gonna need to put more down. There's not a lot of piping on the defilers themselves, but there is enough. It's mostly in the shoulder joint area, like the ball joint, and then the stomach area. Like those are pipes, so that's fine. This is more of a hose. So grab some of this phthalo, fix some of this up over here. What's good is the hoses underneath I don't need to worry about, since those have the pink glow, which again reduces my care to the shoulders, I think. Shoulders and back, yeah. Then while we're working within the scale of minute structure, we need to keep an eye out for things I need to fix. Again, I need to mostly just focus on the hosing. That side's mostly just the back pipes for the hoses. Same thing here. Simple enough. That side's a pipe or a hose. This side has a hose. And then the backs are still about the same. Spotify out here really being like, we're out of options, just keep giving him Metallica. time is it? 7 o'clock. Do I want to chill? And then we'll just spend time doing the gold renders tomorrow. I think that might be the case. We've been streaming for almost 5 hours today. Pipes, we got all of the baseline for the gold done. A lot of the flesh tones put in and completed. So tomorrow we work almost completely on the gold render. That's going to be a huge day. I might need to get a whole other wet palette cover because I'm going to need space for the 3 different yellows. And then if we have time, we'll be able to finish the pipes out too, because that's a light gray. Probably close to the Fenris gray. And that's literally the last 2 steps, I think, for this beyond correctives. Perfect. Yeah. I don't want to keep pushing through. I can feel my brain getting to the place where I'm going to be like, oh, let me just get this over with, and then I start making mistakes. So I'll take a little break. I might start working on it after stream a little bit, but maybe not. Phone call, which is ideal, because until tomorrow, guys, later.